I can go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I'm sorry we have to squeeze some of you in here. The idea was to create an intimate space for the real conversations we've got going. I'm going to talk to you in a little bit about how the flow of the day is going to be and what you can expect in terms of our schedule, but also what we've got set up here for you to ensure that this is productive, not just great facilities, but a lot of good snacks, which is, we believe, the essential to having a good conversation here. But we want to start on a good note. We want to have a kind of an energizing, framing conversation about why we're here, and there's no two people better to establish that framing conversation and to give you an idea of why we're here than Mohammed Al-Mubarak, who is the chairman of the Tourism and Culture Authority here in Abu Dhabi, and Carla Derlikov-Canales, who is the CEO and artistic director of the Canales Project and also TCP Ventures, which is the co-producer here. And Carla is also an artist, so she will provide that perspective. She is an opera singer. Please join me in welcoming Mohammed and Carla to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you had a enjoying time last night. Standing next to Carla, I'm not sure I should speak or not. But I'll make this brief and straight to the point. First of all, I'm really loving the energy here. I mean, the cultural mindset that's surrounding me is giving me so much inspiration and energy. So I want to thank you all for being here. It's only fitting that we're here in Abu Dhabi. Hundreds of years ago and thousands of years ago, this was the connecting point between East and West. We connected as far from China all the way to Mesopotamia, all the way to Europe. And in doing so, we connected people, we connected their cultures, we connected their religions, and it flourished. And this is what we're looking for today. We're looking how we can flourish the future generations. What we will do today, what we will discuss over the next couple of days, is not for us, ladies and gentlemen. It is for the future. It is for us to help build the minds of the future, of our future generations, to make this world a better place. It might be cliche to say, but it can happen. I was talking to many of my colleagues earlier today on how we can start winning on a human scale. Let's not just focus on the big things, the small things, education, universities, educational programs, music programs, museums. All of these aspects create a domino effect that will help shape the minds of our future generations. Before I let Carla speak, I want to give you a small story that has inspired me to wake up every day at 7 a.m. and continue my day moving forward and inspiring these future generations. His Highness, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, around 15 years ago, set up a clear plan. That plan was everything from education to healthcare to museums, and set up within that plan was a very detailed cultural strategy about what we're going to do here. He knew that this is a long-term approach. It's not going to happen overnight. But he sat me down one day and told me, Mohammed, everything we do is not for you or me or for our generation. It might not even be for the younger generation, your kids. But if we do a difference today and we help that difference, I'm sure the next generations will take that road that we have paved and make this place a much better place. So I want to leave that with you. Thank you all for being here. Carla.
Beautiful. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias. It's a dream come true to be here welcoming you all. A dream that started just over a year ago with a conversation and an idea. For me personally, I'm particularly deeply honored to share my perspective as an artist. I started to think very much about the this perspective. And I felt it was my responsibility to think about what is the role of an artist in society. As I started researching this, I'll share with you something that I did not expect. I was looking out there, seeking, where are artists? What are people doing to turn to artists? Where are we looking? And we look at YouTube. And as I got on YouTube, I realized we're in trouble. Because actually, the #1 entertainers on YouTube are not artists like myself. They're cats. Yes, cats. And so, for me, I took this and I thought, well, what does it mean to be an artist? To be an artist is not just to be an entertainer, like maybe a cat. To be an artist is also the potential of being a healer and an advocate and maybe an educator. And I believe that it is the role of an artist to ask these questions. And I can really only measure any progress that I make as an artist by the questions that I'm currently facing. And I encourage us all to ask these questions. And as we do, let us not forget of the incredible amount of artists that are out there, this army of compassion, as I like to call it. We live in a time where we have a surplus of perhaps undervalued artists, and we have a social deficit of the intrinsic values that artists bring to the table, values such as empathy, compassion, and certainly imagination, and also discipline. So I thank you for allowing me the opportunity as an artist to be a part of the steering committee, to share my perspective, and I especially want to welcome all of our artist friends that are here today. We look forward to hearing your perspective, and may we all ask questions that will lead to a greater future. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, if you're having a good time, it's because of the support of TCA has made this unbelievable facility and resources possible. And if you enjoy the artistic curation here, it's because of the great work of TCPV and the terrific team. And if everything runs smoothly and perfectly and is substantively effective, it's because of the fantastic team from the FP group. And if anything is screwed up, it's because of me. So you may turn to me and direct your tweets there. By the way, if you tweet at me and say you're doing a lousy job, David, it will end up right up there with your name on it. There will be no repercussions. In any event, please join me in thanking both of them, and we'll start right now with our first panel. Thank you, guys. Thanks. Good. And so as they set up for the first of our panels and bring in the chairs and bring in the panelists, let me talk a little bit about today. We're going to have a panel discussion now on connectedness. Following that panel discussion, we're very lucky to have a welcoming presentation by the Minister of Culture and Knowledge Development from here in the UAE. Then the first snack break. There are many, many snack breaks. But it'll be brief. And here's a key point. We will run on schedule today. I don't know if you're used to that in the events that you go on, but we will end when we're supposed to end, begin when we're supposed to begin. And if you're grabbing the snacks, bring them back in here. You're allowed to eat in here, but do it on time. Okay? So for this discussion, we've got another of our partners, the chair of our steering committee, who you met last night, Her Excellency Noura Al-Kabi, who's Minister of State for Federal National Council Affairs, and the chairwoman of the Media Zone Authority, which is known as 2454 here. We have Irina Bokova, who's the Director General of UNESCO, the UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, and we have Bob Lynch, who's the President and CEO of Americans for the Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them to our stage. When Irina said, which chair should I sit in? And then I understood when you said it. But when they were in these two chairs, why were you asking me?
Humility.
Yes, or if you should stand. Yeah.
Or women are more proactive.
These chairs.
Women are more proactive.
Yeah, women are more proactive. There's your first takeaway. There's your first takeaway from this event. So what are you going to see from this? One of the things you're going to see is that we're having roundtable conversations. If somebody's got their back to you, it's not intended to be rude because you'll be able to see them up on the screen, but it keeps it intimate, and of course you can turn around if you want to. The focus of this panel is the focus of my remarks last night, which is connectedness, case studies in connectedness. How is the newly rewired world changing the world of culture? And Irina, you, from the unique perspective provided by your position at UNESCO, have seen the world of culture change over the course of the past couple of years. And so and again, our conversation's conversational, brief exchanges, if in your opening remarks, you could just sort of give us a sense of how that change, how that connectedness is affecting culture as you see it.
Well, first and foremost, of course, my congratulations. As you can imagine, I'm overwhelmed by the fact that a foreign policy group, which is focused on foreign policy, on security issues, on globalization, but from a different point of view, from a more political point of view, is also having this wonderful meeting with so many artists and experts in this area. I think this is exactly what is needed nowadays in the world. I think this is a conversation that is overdue because culture, as you said yesterday in your opening remarks and also your Excellency, you did mention that. Culture, I would add arts and I would add heritage because of what is happening nowadays in the world is coming to the forefront of so many of the challenges that we have nowadays. Mentioning heritage and foreign policy and security issues, of course, I first and foremost would like to say that the destruction of heritage, the destruction of cultural diversity, what we see in Iraq, in Syria, in some other parts of the world, probably has provoked us to think and encouraged us to think more about why this matters for us as human beings, as humanity. Because culture does create empathy, culture is that opens minds, culture is what connects us also as human beings. We share our stories, we share our identities, because culture also is about identities. Culture heals, culture reconciles, culture brings peace, culture creates jobs even, culture is development, social cohesion, social inclusion. All this is about culture and creativity and arts nowadays. So that is why I think culture is on the crossroad of so many of the challenges that we have today. And it is in my firm belief that only through culture we can find the right answers to some of these challenges.
Thank you, and I think that's a great way to frame the discussion. I would explain that FP Group was involved in this one of two ways. One is that I started out as a theater director and TV producer, and so I spent the first 10 years of my life in that world. But that's actually kind of a glib answer. The real answer is, as I said last night, culture is probably the most powerful force in the world, the greatest change agent that exists in the world, and that we don't see art as a luxury. We see it as a necessity. We see it as the driver of systems of beliefs, and that's why groups like the Taliban and Daesh, when they come into a place, tear down culture, because they see it weakening societies. And yet, what we've seen here is something different. We've seen something grow up. And Noura, not just in your capacity as a minister, but prior to that, and in your work at 2454, you've seen an engine of cultural growth happen here in the UAE in the midst of this region where people are tearing culture down. And I'm wondering if you see this as a winning battle, and if you can speak to some specific examples of how you think it's making a difference.
Thank you, David. Well, I'm honored to be here today and to speak about, maybe let's look at what destructs our morals. I feel that the people who are destructing heritage or art or whatever medium that expresses unity are people who are destructive in a different way or in a matter. And if we think of what brings us in common is art, culture, media, music, and yeah, we can list our differences. We're living in a region that is boiling currently. Unfortunately, we've been receiving news every day or by an hour of destruction or death. And for us, how can we preserve that? And with my work in the media side and looking at what are we missing here? This is always the question, what we've been missing. Why our kids are watching content that is not made by us, that doesn't speak our language or is not relevant to us? These are all questions we started to ask ourselves in the early 2007. And therefore, we looked into how to create this ecosystem. It won't solve the problems, but at least it will be a start. A start, number one, to help create the content and bring back content that halted because of war. And my example is Sesame Street, is Iftahia Simsim. It halted for 25 years. I grew up watching Iftahia Simsim. I grew up watching our version of Big Bird. And by the way, it's a camel. So we didn't know it's a camel till we started working in the new version of a puppet. We thought it's just a big creature.
Where are Sesame Street people?
Yeah.
Are you guys out here someplace? Oh, yeah, good. It's very good to see. And oh, yeah, well, good. Because look what could happen.
Exactly.
You create Noura Al-Kabi.
But yeah, I just knew because it does. So for us, getting back a content that halted and resonated with us as kids is important. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to watch the Americans at the end of the day, or going to watch, I don't know, Grey's Anatomy or Downton Abbey. I'm going to watch great content. The question is, we know about all of your presidents more than you do. We know about your history. We know about your food. We know about many things that defines your culture. But what do you know about us? What you know about us currently, it's what's surfacing in news. And we don't blame you. We should blame ourselves. Where are we from creating our own stories, content, animation, games, or being part of it? Even if I'm doing a copy for the director of Star Wars, it's fine. I'm part of creating a content. If Abu Dhabi is a backlot of Star Wars, Fast and Furious, the most aggressive Bollywood movies, and again, great Arabic content for our kids, how can we get that to unite us and get the story out there?
Well, and I think that's a really important point in the context of this connected world. Here is Abu Dhabi, which is 7 hours flight from 2/3 of the population of the world. It has to become a hub in order for the world, this connected world, to develop the content that the people within that 7 hours flight demand. It can't all come from one place. And you know, I was in China last week, and we saw the same thing there. Major new hubs of culture that are fueling and driving new content into this world and are going to change the paradigm. For a long time, the paradigm of culture in the world has been Hollywood and things that have been produced in very few places. And now I think we're going to move to a world in which there's coming from more places. This can raise understanding. It can produce backlash. Now, having said that, Bob, you're in the place where there has been a lot of leadership in the past on this, and it looks like culture is on the chopping block. And you know, if Bob looks a little glum, it's because he has a cold. But it's also because he's living in a country where the few dollars that exist for culture look like they're going to go away. And so why do you have in one part of the world, or how do you feel about having in one part of the world, this kind of flowering, and in other parts which have led, like the US, we see something else? What's your perspective on that tension?
Well, actually, often what you see is not actually the reality that's there. That's what you were pointing out as well. But in the United States today, you have actually an explosion of art activity, just not necessarily government-sponsored arts activity. In fact, the bad part about that is it's moving too far toward, in the nonprofit world, commercial response, commercial earned income as a basis. But we still have a very robust private sector and public sector at the local level and at the state level support mechanism. 2 local arts agencies from America are here, from San Francisco and Los Angeles County. What we see is, however, hundreds of years of a struggle in America between people who believe that the arts are important and people who do not. If you recall in our American history, when the Puritans arrived, they outlawed the arts. They outlawed theater, they outlawed dance, they outlawed music, they outlawed certain colors. We've been struggling from that Puritan problem ever since. But I see today in the connectivity part of what we're talking about, worldwide, but in the United States as well, there are artists, and that's one kind of new connectivity in problem solving. There are arts institutions and arts organizations, and in the United States we are connecting more worldwide with the existing institutions like the International Federation of Arts Councils. And then there's the public itself. And the big evolution I see is the interest in the public in our country and worldwide in making art more a personal part of their lives. Half of the American public, according to surveys, are interested in making things themselves, whether it's poetry or their own dance or their own theater or craft and folk art. And that is an explosion that's happening on that front, also worldwide connectivity. So finding ways to bring all of these threads together, I think, is the real challenge, what I'm hoping to learn more about here, for that global connectivity institutionally, in the public itself, and among artists.
Well, it sounds to me like the cultural landscape is changing, and that what you have is a flourishing, but it's different from what we've seen in the past. You have new capitals of cultural creativity. You have new approaches to cultural creativity that empower the individual via the internet, via other kinds of tools that are available. And so it's not like culture is going to go away. It's also not going to stay the same. What do you see as the main forces that are driving change? Where is it going to take us, whether it's from these things or technological developments or others?
I think here there are probably two levels. On one level, we have, of course, the technology and the digital technology, which brings more opportunities for spreading culture, for creativity. So it goes both ways. It's kind of democratizes culture. It gives a better access. But on the other side, the other challenge is how to bring this global connectedness, our understanding about culture, history, empathy, also to the local. And I think here there are different trends, different developments. On one side, as I mentioned, because of the destruction of heritage, the extremist activities that are happening in the region, I'm talking, of course, about the Middle East, I'm talking about Syria, Iraq mainly. There is a lot more understanding of why it matters. I'm coming of a long series of important, I would say historic even events. It started here in Abu Dhabi with the conference on culture protecting heritage in conflict, initiative of France in Abu Dhabi, very important initiative. Then we moved to the Security Council resolution just 2 weeks ago. For the first time, it's historic resolution on the protection of culture, heritage, diversity in the Middle East. Then the G7 ministers of culture for the first time met in Florence and adopted another major resolution. But how we trigger this down to the local community and how we create this local content. I would say here that initiatives linked to the both intangible cultural heritage, another a little bit unknown area in the global context is so important. It's on one side to step on the tradition, on the cultural heritage, which is bred by the local people. And I will give you an example with quite an impoverished conflict country. I'm talking about the Central African Republic and another one in South Sudan. When I went there 3-4 years ago, and one of our first projects was young people to go to the different villages and families and to try to identify their intangible heritage, their oral traditions, their stories. And they were telling me that elderly people were crying because they said, we never thought that somebody will be interested in our culture. And I think it was so wonderful because this was the way also to heal them, to bring them back, to respect them, and to involve them in our global quest for reconciliation, for peace, for culture. I think it was wonderful.
So again, this is kind of a hopeful message. There are things happening. This session, the first day here, is called, we're looking at the state of the arts, right? This is where we're going. And we're going to look later, tomorrow, at how you can use culture to produce social change, and on Wednesday, at technological factors that are driving this forward. But let's focus on this flourishing. And I think, most of the people actually have come to this meeting have never been to the UAE, and so it's a useful example. There seems to be a flourishing of the arts here. What is the state of the arts here?
The state of the arts here, if I may say, it's still in the stages where we see it's growing. Art has been always, let's say, a part of an initiative that is respected by the founding fathers, and how is it even with certain individuals who are from the private sector who are collectors. Let it be their stamps collectors. You see it in the Etihad Museum in Dubai. I went there and I saw stamps that were collected during the days when the country wasn't accepted yet. So you're looking at the first postcard that left from Dubai to India, and it was used with a British stamp. But there is that cultural kind of an artistic kind of an interest that was there with our ancestors and founding fathers and what they have, and we see it by our early museums. But let's look at again what is the transition between what we've been seeing and the new world, and in between the community, and I would like to specify the youth. The power of engagement, technology would be there is so important. We were used to look at the number of eyeballs that will watch a news channel or read the newspaper. Currently, they say, no, what is the engagement level? How are the audience engaged with the art piece? Is it provoking? Are they asking themselves questions? Are they expressing their views with an art piece? So for us, we reached a stage of an engagement. And then looking at the youth, they are the majority here in our country and in the region, and they will be also holding the helm in the future. How can we also make sure that there is the right platform from the Creative Lab community of getting members to be part of the virtual and physical space, from also the art galleries that are here in the UAE, and from in the future when we have the Louvre. How can an artist in the region or visiting the region or wants to be a resident in the region to be part of that scene? For us, art is one of the elements that will define the culture of the UAE and the region. For us, it's important to look at, if people wanted to look at, unfortunately, the ruins of Palmyra or the ruins of Syria, how can they get into a room, a VR room, and put on their glasses, and as if they were in Palmyra? How can we do that? How can we revive that? We can revive that by them, number one, understanding their history, and there is thousands of years before that, currently, and what can they do next? We want to inspire them, but how can we prepare that? By the right policies, facilitation, ecosystem, and also having people like you discussing the challenges and hopefully the solutions that we can talk about.
Well, I think it's a very, very powerful message. Irina's talking about the first time that the UN Security Council recognized the importance of these cultural issues. There are forces, negative forces in this region that are saying we must destroy culture in order to advance political objectives because we see the power of culture. And we have countries like the UAE and some of the others that you've mentioned here that are investing in it, not just because it's pretty, not just because it's entertaining, not just because it's uplifting, but because it's a force for good, for education, for stability, for pushing back on negative forces. And you have a tiny country here, which I think at the founding of this country in 1971, I may have this wrong, but I think there were 6 or 7 people in the country with college diplomas. And now here you are, coming up on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the country, and you have the 3rd largest music festival in the world. You just opened an opera house. By the way, the opera house here opened and in 3 hours sold out all its tickets. And those of you from elsewhere may know that the Metropolitan Opera is currently selling at about 2/3 capacity for the year and is really struggling. So that's a big change. You have 2454, the Louvre, the Guggenheim. There's a real investment in this. There's a real sense that this is not decoration. This is at the heart of a country. Are you, as you travel around the world, you're dealing with political leaders all the time. Do you see that there is a broadening recognition among the political leadership in the world, that culture is serious business, it doesn't belong at the children's table, or are you seeing something different? Or is it mixed? What do you see?
It's a mix. I see a mix in the way people appreciate or understand or have been educated about the value of the arts. The part of this discussion that I am most interested in is art as a vehicle for dialogue, a vehicle for dialogue of storytelling that then leads to some kind of change. That's what I think is really exciting. And when you look at examples going back to in America, the Native American cultures now and when they were there before America was settled by Europeans, they have no word for art. Art is part of everything. It's not a separate thing. It's part of ritual and food and so on. If you look at our civil rights movement in America, the great Martin Luther King and John Lewis used the arts, posters and music as a way to advance discussion and idea. And so that's really exciting. And I learned a lot of what I believe about art as social change in Northern Ireland, from work in Northern Ireland during the Troubles, when the arts were used as a way to bring people of differing ideas together. In Derry, which is also called Londonderry, because there's so much different opinion there, there was a place called the Music Center, and it was the only place where Catholics and Protestants would come together to talk through music. So I see these lessons being really important and being learned, but serially. They're forgotten, and then they're learned again, and then they're forgotten and learned again. And so that's what I see, the need for a community like this to constantly reinforce those stories in our own separate companies and in the global community as well.
Okay, well, why are we here? One of the reasons is that these are important issues. Another of the reasons is that we don't think this community exists yet. The truly global community does not exist. And we thought, a la, the American movie Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. If you invite people, they will arrive here and they will have the conversation, elevate the issue, create the messages, and ultimately drive the changes that each of these leaders here have seen. And so, this is the perfect framing discussion because it establishes one point. This is important. This is not peripheral. Culture and the arts are the foundation of politics. They are a driver of economics. They are the glue of a society, and we need to take them seriously that way, in a way that it is not happening everywhere right now. And I think the thing that we can do is follow this discussion by seeking actions collectively, and that's the purpose of this event. Now, here's what's going to happen now. In a minute, you're all going to show your enthusiastic appreciation for this panel for starting things off. And then after they leave the stage, we're going to have an address by the Minister of Culture and Knowledge Development here in the UAE. So you know what your role is. This is how the theater works. You get your role, and then you fulfill your role, okay? So first thing doing, please show your appreciation for these people for their terrific job. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. Okay, and so now what we're going to do is if you guys leave the stage, in future panels we'll have some Q&A, but this morning the schedule's a little bit tight. They did a great job, and the crew will come out and clear this, the seats, and we will, in a moment, have an address that I think will help frame this in just the way that we've talked about. So I'm just looking to make sure that everything is set up. 2 minutes? Oh, okay, great. Well, that's how live television works, except this isn't television. One of the things that we do to encourage discussion is we try to bring you into the discussion and talk about the things that are important to you. And I'm going to give you a brief introduction as to how that works. This is a catch box, okay? inside of it is a microphone. And I can just throw it to you, and then I can talk to you. So here's Panos Panay here of the Berkeley School, and I can just throw him this, and then Panos, see the lights come up, it's amazing, right?
And I can actually speak and ask a question.
You can speak and ask a question. And you are part of the cultural entrepreneurship leadership at one of the leading schools of music in the world. And as you listen to this discussion, what do you hear? Do you hear a call to action for the kind of work that you've been doing?
Putting me on the spot here. Yes, I do. I mean,
you got that. I put the light. I gave you the microphone.
And I wonder a lot about the role that arts educational institutions can play, because in many ways, so much of our arts education is extremely narrowly focused on producing very specific outcomes. We don't necessarily elevate the ambition of our own students to go out there and see themselves not just as entertainers, but as actual cultural change agents. So for me, in hearing the panel, or even your statement about the role that culture can play in politics, it's definitely galvanizing. So frankly, I'd love to see a lot more of our educational institutions in the arts take themselves a lot more seriously as cultural change agents, more so than just producing artists.
Why don't you hand the microphone to the woman at your left?
My new friend.
Your new friend. And Elise,
Yes.
this is Elise Nelson, who is the CEO of Vital Voices, which is the largest women's leadership organization in the world. 20,000 women?
15.
15,000 women. By the end of today, 20,000 women. But you guys have been using the arts as a driver. Maybe you could talk about how you have been using it to drive the kind of change we've been talking about here.
Yeah, well, I think, quite frankly, I've been in the business for 20 years of investing in women and girls around the world. And I think, quite frankly, I've come to an inflection point as of late where I've really recognized that we're not going to move the ball through the old strategies, and that we need to look at some out-of-the-box ideas. And I take a page from the book of a woman here, Shahini Chakraborty, who for years has been helping to
Shahini's not in the light, but she's right across the aisle.
Right here.
Right.
From India, she works in Calcutta, and what she does is she uses dance to help girls reclaim their body after they've been victims or survivors of human trafficking. And she's worked with thousands of young women all over India. Panmela Castro, another woman you'll hear from, there she is, another woman who's part of the Vital Voices Network. She's a graffiti artist in Brazil, and she uses graffiti to communicate that domestic violence and other forms of violence against women are actually illegal. But many people in the favelas of Rio may not know that that's the case, and so she uses graffiti to communicate. And what I'm getting at with both of these women is that they're really using culture to shape and guide culture. And in my opinion, in my work working with women around the world, that's the greatest piece of unfinished business, is to shape and redefine the way that women are viewed in culture, right? And the way in which we value women and girls. So I'm here to learn. I guess I'm talking tomorrow, but.
Yeah. Well, I hope you learned something before you talk. It's not always. She lives in Washington, and in Washington, you don't actually learn before you speak. But in other parts of the world, it's somewhat different. I don't want to interrupt the conversation that Zaki is having here. What should I ask her? No comment. But let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, here, hold the microphone. Yes. And if you want to draw her into the conversation, go ahead. But you've been here. You were there at the side of Sheikh Zayed at the beginning of this country. You've seen this arc of culture. Are you surprised that we've ended up here, or was there something in the seeds of this particular culture that has led us to this place?
Well, you're taking away from what I want to say tomorrow, but in any case.
Well,
No, but
we're filling time here.
What we see today is in fact the fruits of a vision that started way back. It started with Sheikh Zayed, the founding father of this nation. And I was talking with Sheikh May, and this is why I will get her into this conversation, that the interest
Don't you regret having sat next to him?
the preservation of culture, in Bahrain, of course, it started with the archaeological missions that discovered this ancient civilization in Bahrain called the Dilmun civilization. And that is a 5,000 years old civilization. It was a crossroads civilization between East and West that had connections to Mesopotamia, to Sumer, to Babylon. And from there, the interest in discovering the history of this region spread, starting from Bahrain. And then, of course, Sheikh Zayed was the person who asked the Danish archaeological team that was working on the Jabal Hafid Mountains to actually come and look at some of the ruins he saw himself in different parts of the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, but particularly at the Hili site, in order to discover the community that lived in this region as well, some 5,000 years ago, that was connected to the Dilmun civilization, to the civilization of Magan, and therefore started working at the preservation of this culture and had as part of his vision the promulgation of cultural strategy as part of his development strategy. The chairman said today, Mr. Mubarak, that the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, 15 years ago, started a strategy that was putting, in fact, the touches on a vision that started with Sheikh Zayed. And now maybe Sheikh May can tell us, because we want to gain from her experiences. She was the person who has truly renovated the old houses in Bahrain, has worked at the museums of Bahrain, and has been very active in bringing culture into the heart of development strategy in Bahrain. Will you allow me to
No, sure. I've lost my job here. Go ahead. You know.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nasiba. Sitting next to Mrs. Bakova, I would like to say the first World Heritage Site listed in Bahrain because it's ancient harbor and because, the ancient history and the Dilmun civilization, and we build on that and we invest in culture, and most will come to visit Bahrain and discover something else. So most will come to Bahrain, all of you. I hope to see you one day. Tomorrow, for example.
No, not tomorrow. They're staying here.
Tomorrow we have archaeology conference focusing on the Islamic era. In Bahrain, we started from Dilmun civilization, and we continue to discover more in the Islamic era as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much.
To be here. Thanks.
We continue as we go. So we're going to draw everybody into the conversation, but I think we're about ready to begin. We're just getting a couple last things set up, but let me tell you a little bit about how the day is going to go. So we're going to have this talk, and then there's going to be a brief break, and then after the break, we're going to have the first performance. And I think one of the great things about how this has been set up is that over the course of the next 3.5 days, you'll see 20 performances by great artists from every corner of the world. There's also the artwork from some of our visual artists out there, and we'll have a chance to interact with the artists. So we're not offering simply a perspective of analysts or of political leaders or of philanthropists or arts administrators. We want to hear from the artists themselves, and so many of you are artists. We also want your perspectives woven in. When we get back, there'll be a couple of more panels, more interaction. Then there's going to be a break, and we're going to go to lunch. At the lunch, we're going to introduce you to the faculty. And the faculty we're introducing you to are the people who will lead the workshops in the afternoon. Each day, we are going to have a workshop that focuses on what can we do together? What are the issues we should be addressing? What are the questions we should be asking? The workshops are actually the focus of this event. These discussions are to seed the clouds, to give you some ideas in brief snippets of what the big issues are. Get together in the workshops, come up with ideas. First day, we'll look at the questions we should be asking. The next day, we will be looking at the answers to those questions. The day after that, we'll be looking at the actions we should be taking. And then at the end, we'll say, okay, here's an agenda. Here's something that can take this meeting from being a one-off meeting and turn it to an ongoing series of events and programs and initiatives and other things to actually bring change and to bring the ideas we've been talking about to life. So that's the flow of the day. But it wouldn't be appropriate to begin this kind of conversation without I'm sorry, I'm just not getting the cues. Oh, I'm getting mixed signals here. So, okay. Well, you know, this is, I can talk all day. You know, let me tell you a funny story. No, anyway, okay, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm getting two different signals. One signal here says we're ready. Yes, no, I see that. All right, well, let us welcome the Minister of Culture, Sheikh Nahan. Very nice of you to join us. And everyone here is very interested to hear from you. You're welcome. And we have prepared for you a podium. Okay, well, feel free to do that. What? Well, what we'll do is this. I will introduce you, and I will say, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Culture and Knowledge Development of the United Arab Emirates, and then you go up and give a speech. Thank you.
Very nice setting and nice gathering. I'll try to be brief, and so please bear with me. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am of course delighted to greet you all, and especially to welcome those of you who have traveled from 80 other countries to the United Arab Emirates and to its capital city of Abu Dhabi. This city grandly illustrates your subject, the global cultural ecosystem. Abu Dhabi is the perfect site for CultureSummit 2017. The world has come to Abu Dhabi, and together, our guests and we, UAE citizens, have created a global cultural ecosystem. For the UAE, the transformation to a global cultural ecosystem did not happen, of course, overnight. When our nation's founder, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, united the Emirates and established our nation in 1971, most of us knew relatively little about the world beyond our desert and our coastlines. Strangers traveled the trade routes, but few foreigners actually lived and worked in our land. We had no national education system. We had no connection. We had no roads. We didn't have many things. I will not go through them all. We simply lived among our people who are not part of our own culture. He knew that we must come to understand and respect the scores of different cultures, nationalities, ethnicities, religions, and beliefs represented in our country. Sheikh Zayed wanted our country to become a sound force in the global economy. His actions led us. His action led us to what we have now. And I will quote one of his saying. He said, I had a dream. I dreamt of our land keeping pace with the growth of the modern world. As the UAE fills its founder's dream, it has become a global crossroads with an amazingly diverse population of almost 10 million people, representing more than 200 different nationalities. The variety of the participants in this summit begins to suggest the glorious multicultural reality that is the United Arab Emirates. Just as we gain knowledge from you today, so we gain knowledge every day from our international friends and acquaintances who live and work here. As our community opens itself to the acquisition of knowledge about others, the very culture of our Emirati community evolves. Its outlooks broadens, its curiosity sharpens, its understanding deepens, its respect for others increases, its commitment to its best values strengthens. Our awareness of and concern for the rest of the world has become more pronounced. While happily remaining Emirati citizens, we became a global citizens as well. We have gained dual citizenship almost without realizing it. It seems that most visitors who live and work here, while committed to their own particular culture, have likewise come to know the global community and have declared their allegiance to it. The emergence of a global culture in the UAE has been a natural consequence of our development. Every step we have taken over the last 45 years has moved us into a global society. Our momentum has quickened under the leadership of His Highness the President Sheikh Khalid bin Zayed Al Nahyan, with the formidable support of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Vice President, Prime Minister and the ruler of Dubai, and of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and the Deputy Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. They are leaders who recognize the potential of our, to use the words of His Highness Sheikh Khalifa, greatly diversified demography and the obligation to respect human rights and provide opportunities for, and I quote again, dignified living to all who live on our land. Sheikh Zayed's greatest desire was to enrich the lives of the people in the UAE and to provide them with everything thing that would enable them to enjoy happy lives. In Abu Dhabi today, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan has wisely recognized the fundamental contribution of culture and the arts to human happiness. Our culture and every other culture around the world are significantly explained by the sculpture, poetry, architecture, music, jewelry, painting, printing, pottery, stories, plays, films, photography, so much, so very much that is essential to human well-being, to civilization itself. We come to know ourselves by engaging the artistic creations of our predecessors and our contemporaries. We discover and come to understand our respective artistic heritages. Likewise, by opening ourselves to the arts of other culture, we refine and strengthen our appreciation of our own culture and extend our global horizons in a spirit of respect and understanding. In addition, we all agree that cultural industries are playing an increasing important role globally in the sharing of culture and economically in its contributions to national growth and prosperity. Cultural tourism, the production and marketing of cultural products, the impact of the digital age on the creation and dissemination of culture and the arts, all create economic value while helping a global culture to grow and flourish. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, I speak my words in English because those are the words most likely to be understood by most people here today. But artists speak in a far more universal language, a beautiful and stimulating language that is understood all over the world. The arts connect us in ways that make us wise. The arts establish bonds that unite us on many issues: climate change, women's rights, urban and rural tensions, the power of technology, and the enchantment of human endeavor. We respond to arts on display on Saadiyat Island, or in the souk, or on the internet, or at the movies, or in the theater, or on the printed page. They tell us what we do not know. They require us to understand the universality of beauty, the persistence of shared values, the inspiration of creativity, and the necessity for peace. The arts convince us that a global cultural ecosystem is not only possible, but also wholly natural. I hope that your highly informed and sophisticated discussions of that ecosystem, whether exhibited by great cities like Abu Dhabi or stretching across heterogeneous populations worldwide, will yield new ideas and new courses of action. The peaceful and productive future of our planet depends on the success of that ecosystem and the cosmopolitan commitment of the global citizen to it. I thank each of you for sharing your commitment and your creative minds with us at this summit. Let us all dedicate ourselves to the application of our knowledge and skills in the global cultural scene. The world will welcome your input and your contributions. My best wishes to each of you for a very stimulating summit and for an enjoyable stay in the United Arab Emirates. Thank you and God bless you all.
That was wonderful. Maybe we'll see you tonight. Hopefully. That's great. Thank you very, very much. We hope we will see you soon, and we hope that this event will live up to the words that you've just offered us.
Since you have not left me a chair to sit down, so I have to go now.
Oh, everybody is standing to offer you their chair.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break now. We're going to start at 11:15. Please be back in here we will start right at 11:15, so we will see you then. Thank you very much for a great start for today. It's a little like jazz. Thank you.
open the door, dear. I must get your heart. So please come open the door, dear. And then perhaps you'll find you've had me on your mind. No matter how you tried to avoid me, you can't get away so easy. If you will not come to me, I will come to you. मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो तेरे पर ओ वारी जाऊं तेरे पर ओ वारी जाऊं कब से मैं ठाड़ी रे द्वारे कब से मैं ठाड़ी रे द्वारे मेरे हमदम ओ मेरे बलमा मेरे हमदम ओ मेरे बलमा मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो तेरे पर ओ वारी जाऊं तेरे पर ओ वारी जाऊं कब से मैं ठाड़ी रे द्वारे कब से मैं ठाड़ी रे द्वारे मेरे हमदम ओ मेरे बलमा मेरे हमदम ओ मेरे बलमा मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो तेरे पर ओ वारी जाऊं तेरे पर ओ वारी जाऊं कब से मैं ठाड़ी रे द्वारे कब से मैं ठाड़ी रे द्वारे मेरे हमदम ओ मेरे बलमा मेरे हमदम ओ मेरे बलमा मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया नि सा गा मा पा मा गा मा नि नि पा मा दा नि सा सा नि पा मा पा गा मा रे सा नि सा मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मा गा पा मा नि पा मा पा गा मा रे सा मा गा पा मा नि दा सा नि रे सा नि सा नि पा मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया मान भी जावो ना जावो सैया
Dag din it da dag din it dag din it dag din it da kar da ti dag na da ti dag din na da da ti dag din na da da ti dag na da ti dag din na da ti dag din da ti da ti da ti da ti dag da ti da ti da ti da ti dag din na ti dag din
Hi, everybody. How's it going? Good, excellent. Well, it's now my great privilege and pleasure to introduce you to someone who is considered one of the world's leading tabla players. He is a founding member of the Silk Road Ensemble, Yo-Yo Ma's ensemble. But I also want to speak about the work that he's done individually. He is the founder of HUM, which is Harmony and Universality Through Music, an ensemble of world-class artists whose goal it is to promote global understanding through musical performance and education. Sandeep Das has been deeply committed to education. In fact, his group, HUM, is also funding 6 visually impaired kids to get music education. So this is just a wonderful example of how one artist can not only be an entertainer, but also be an educator and be an advocate and be a healer. He's, as I mentioned, deeply committed to music and does master classes on such topics as preserving culture through tradition. It is now my great pleasure to introduce you to a dear friend of mine, Sandeep Das.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back here within a week. I was here a week back playing with Yo-Yo Ma and the Silk Road Ensemble for the Abu Dhabi Festival. And it's a pleasure to be back here within a week playing for all of you. I play this instrument called the tabla from India. I learned by living with my guru. I didn't go to a school of music, I didn't go to a college of music, but I went and lived with two of my gurus in India for 12 years and learned tabla orally. Everything that was taught to me orally. We weren't allowed to write anything down. And if you go to a good guru, this is a unique instrument which has corresponding hits for every syllable that I say. You can make it talk. So if I say, Dheek dhinna, tirikit dhinna, hear the tabla say it back to you. Dheek dhinna, tirikit dhinna. If I say, Dheek dhinna, tirikit dhinna, dhi 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 dhinna. If I say, Dhatik dhitita dha, or Dhatik tak 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 tak. And the word that I have the most practice is the one that my wife uses on me all the time, which is na 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 na. I could say that and still live because she's sleeping in Boston right now. Let me play some nice compositions for you. This composition that I'm going to play next was actually composed for an Indian king who once told his musicians that I'm only going to hear something that I have never heard before. And this piece was composed, it's called Angustana, where only the fingers of the top, my right hand are used, not the palm. So Angustana, dhinagina, tak tak, dhinagina, dhalagina, tinagina, tak tak, dhinagina, dhalagina. Dhinagina, tak tak, dhinagina, dhalagina. Tinagina, tak tak, dhinagina, dhalagina. So here's the Angustana for you. I'll play another composition which is called the Rela. It mimics the sound of the train. Dha tirikit dhira dhira dhirikit tak. Dha tirikit tak tinna kit tak. Ta tirikit tir tir tirikit tak. Dha tirikit tak dhinna kit tak. As a kid, we would have competitions with the other students that were learning, and we would count to see how many times we could play. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I could go on. But the Rela for you, dha tirikit dhir dhir dhirikit tak, dha tirikit tak tinna kit tak, dha tirikit tir tir tirikit tak, dha tirikit tak dhinna kit tak. Here comes the train from New Delhi to Abu Dhabi, connecting hearts. And the last composition, when we talk about Indian music, generally there is this conception that Indian music is all improvisation. Yes, it's a lot of improvisation, but we have fixed compositions that doesn't exist in any percussion anywhere else in the world, just the repertoire. So this is my last piece. I'll play this composition from Punjab, which is the northern part of India. It has beautiful polyrhythms. Da ghina takita ghina katika dikita kata gadig nagina nagina takita ghina katika dikita kata gadigana ta kina takita kina katika tikita kata gadigana nagina nagina takita ghina katika dikita kata gad da ghina kadina takita ghina kadina takita dikita kata kata gadigana taka nagina nagina ghina takita ghina takita dikita kata kata gadigana taka kina kadina takita kina kadina takita tikita kata kata gadigana taka nagina nagina ghina takita ghina kadina takita dikita kata kata gadig da ghina takita ghina takita tikita kata nagina nagina takita tikita kata kata da ghena takita ghena dhatika dikita kata gadigana nagina nagina takita ghena dhatika dikita kata gadigana da ghena takita ghena dhatika kata gadigana nagina nagina takita da ghena kadina takita ghena kadina dhatika dikita kata gadigana nagina nagina ghena takita ghena kadina Tadi ketika kata gadigan tak. Ha, kira kata gadigan. Tadi ketika kata gadigan. Nang nang kata. Tadi ketika kata gadigan.
Thank you, Sandeep. That was fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. We are so fortunate to have people like Sandeep Das here with us. And as you go over the course of the next 3 days, you will see 15, I think 16 musicians who are each special in exactly that same way. I'll tell you a personal story. We were actually in India at the beginning of the year, and we were at the Taj Mahal, and we were deeply, deeply jet-lagged. And we collapsed on the bed, and they were having a musical performance outside, and when I woke up, I heard those rhythms. They had dancers, and all I heard, I was sort of in a dream state, and all I heard was the rhythms of drumming, just like that. And it was absolutely unforgettable. And when I heard Sandeep play, it transported me back to that moment in the evening, in the dusk, in the kind of smoke around the Taj Mahal, in a way that was absolutely indelible. And I can tell you something. Great music does that. I've never heard a politician's speech that made me remember a day or a time, back in the past. Music does that because it gets inside of you. Now, we're going to talk about how that universal language that the Minister of Culture talked about can become a force for identifying the universals that we all share. And in order to do that, we've got a wonderful panel for which we call the universals, what the arts tell us about how we can come together. Please come on down, panel, while I introduce you. It includes Richard Armstrong, who's the director of the Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum and Foundation, Sabine Choquer, who's an artistic director of an organization called Clown Me In that you will want to hear about, Ambassador Cynthia Schneider, who's a PhD distinguished professor in the practice of diplomacy at Georgetown School of Foreign Service, and Dustin Yellen, a wonderful artist and innovator and founder of Pioneer Works, which is one of the coolest places in one of the coolest parts of Brooklyn, New York, which means it's an absolute wasteland. There's you're terrified until you see Dustin. But between then, absolutely frightening. But what we're talking about here is this universal quality that we've just heard the minister talk about. We picked it up in Sandeep's music. We see it when we look at great pieces of art, and it's transformational. And it can be any kind of art. And Sabine, I know you've done some amazing things, and maybe it's the best place to start because I think it illustrates that even surprising art forms can have extremely powerful impacts. We've only got about 25 minutes here, so we're going to try and keep this moving. But can you very briefly talk a little bit about how you used your art form in the face of some of the greatest, scariest challenges that this region faces?
Cool. So I'm a clown and a storyteller. And what I do is I go to places, to refugee camps, to places where, I work with disadvantaged communities, and I take my clown and I perform and welcome people wherever they are. And we do some clown workshops where people can really find laughter and joy and find life again find the simplest things, the joy of life and laughter. We also look for stories and what connects us really as human beings, no matter where we are, no matter what we're going through. We all share the same stories deep down, but we just need to find these stories. We also fight extremism with culture. So this is briefly what we do, and we've been in different places around the world, and the last thing, we've been working a lot with Syrian refugees in Lesbos or in Lebanon and Jordan, collecting stories, clowning around, and just sharing these stories with the world.
So Richard, clowning around, we sometimes think of the arts as a very elevated thing, and yet clowning around suggests that there is something of finding the child in us that actually works. And I'm wondering if that's part of the formula that gives art this universal power.
I think to the degree that you can be an unprejudiced and inquisitive person, which if you're lucky can last for a long time in your own life, then being childlike is a good aspiration. The moment comes when it doesn't solve everything, but it's a happy way to approach, I think, understanding oneself better. And then as you say, it's also a way to discover connections with other people.
Well, and that's it. It's getting into getting past the artifice of adulthood and culture and into something that touches us more deeply and actually motivates us. And it's touching that place that motivates us that makes this so powerful, right?
I have a taste for the artifice also. I think it's important that we recognize one another's achievement as different civilizations. And frequently those kinds of ancient and even newly developed values allow yourself to present yourself differently. And I think it's crucial in our thrust towards being global that we recognize we are different from one another.
Okay, well, Cynthia just wrote an article for one of the world's most important journals. Anybody want to take a guess?
Starts with an F.
Starts with an F and ends with a P. Right. But you were talking about something that relates to this, which is how you can use the power of television to combat extremism. And so maybe you talk a little about that.
It's really, to pick up on a lot of themes here, it's the power of stories and the power of narrative. And just to pick up on what you were saying in the beginning, David, it is so crazy that arts and culture is not a bigger part of the political world. That's why I'm so glad you're here, because it is the most powerful tool. It pulls these stories, narratives, pull in our emotions, and they create empathy. And that's what you need to move anything. So what I wrote about, it has to do also with what you said, Richard, about difference. What I wrote about is actually a fantastic initiative It has many partners. It is one of the leaders is Ali Jaber, who's the head of the NBC group here, media group in Dubai. It also involves the State Department and some private partners. And this is the positive development of an initial not so great counter-extremism strategy, which involved the think again, turn away, and all these ideas of the State Department creating narratives. This was a very bad idea. And what eventually they came to was using the storytelling power of American television and filmmakers. I'm sorry, everyone else, but America really does make really good stories on TV and film. And using that, all the stories may not be great, but the capacity to create a good story is absolutely there. And this was recognized. And so what is coming together are showrunners and TV writers from Hollywood are mentoring Arab writers, TV writers and TV creators, both in Hollywood and also here in the Middle East. The Hollywood people are coming here, and a very important point that Ali Jaber made was, we don't need your stories. We've got our stories. We want to tell our stories in the best way possible to counter, of course, the other narrative, the seductive, horrendous, but horrendously seductive stories coming out of ISIS. And humor is a huge part in this. With anybody in this region knows the wildly successful show Selfie, which is a parody of ISIS and extremism, and sometimes very serious one as well. So it's a great marriage of the American storytelling capacity, but with Arab stories.
So, Dustin, you're an artist who has created some magnificent works, but I think one of the great works that you've created is not just your works of art, but what you're doing at Pioneer Works, and how you are using the intersection between the arts and another universal connector, which is science and technology, and to expand the influence of both, to explore new boundaries with both. And maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
I don't know.
Okay. Let's go to Sabine then.
I'll give it a try.
Okay. All right.
Well, I think civilization is a sculpture. I think everything that we see, we've invented and we've built over a period of thousands of years, and I'd like to continue that thought as a civilization. That storytelling is something we do with art, with film, with religion, with state, with race. These are all weird ways we've sort of attributed meaning to the way we perceive and understand our lives. And with Pioneer Works, I sort of classically make sculptures, but I'd rather be talking to a physicist or a biologist. On Sundays, I practice guitar, and I've found, the head of our science department plays piano, and so most of my friends that are professional musicians are Sunday painters. So I think that this idea that one is only one thing is bananas, and it starts to box us. And I think that our practices can be expanded by trying these new things and by coming together across all these different lines to critically think together about how this sculpture, this civilization can progress into this new age. And with that is technology. And I don't think of science as not being part of culture. I think they're the same thing.
Well, I think you get to a very, very important point, and it gets to this issue of universality. I grew up, my dad was a scientist at Bell Telephone Laboratories, and the scientists would come over, and the same thing happened on the weekends. The physicists and the mathematicians were all violinists and pianists also. And they were working during the week trying to explore new boundaries in the universe, and they were using the violin and the piano to tell the stories of what they found and to express what they found in their lives. And what I'm hearing as a kind of a universal theme here is storytelling and the power of storytelling, because it gets to who we are. Now, Richard, you have been here working on a museum project, and in fact there are galleries here that give some preview into that museum project. And I think maybe we should take it a step further. Does a museum help tell the story, and what is the story you're trying to tell with this project?
Well, museums are living repositories for those achievements. Some of them are narrative and some of them are non-narrative. So we have to accommodate both of those things. And here, in particular, at Guggenheim Abu Dhabi, we took as our challenge looking at the world from the formative years of UAE in the late 1960s until the present, assembling a collection and presenting work by artists from around the world. So we argue that this will be the most successful, the most daring, and the most comprehensive contemporary art museum dating from about 1965 until the present in the world. So it's a big ambition.
And how do you think the impact of a museum like that, what do you think the impact of a museum like that will have in a region like this?
I think it'll be catalytic. We heard this morning from the minister that the population is young. We see in a demonstrable way that young people typically have a deep interest in contemporary art. So I think it'll be informative, catalytic, and we hope finally a way to bring people together.
Okay, well, let me get back to the practical here a second, because Sabine, you said something that may have been a little bit of a throwaway that I don't know if other people picked up on, but you said we use clowning to help combat extremism. How do you do that?
Well, by taking arts to places where you know, where there are a lot of extremism, or we take culture there. We did a project in the north of Lebanon where the Nusra Front comes and recruits people in cafes, and we basically turned all the cafes there into cultural cafes where we'd made performances, clowning, storytelling by the guys who are usually recruited by these people. And then, so it was a month of like, yeah, this is us fighting extremism
So
with culture.
it was clowns versus terrorists
Yeah,
in a cafe.
it was great. It was a great combination.
That's a movie. For those of you who are in the movie bit, that's a movie, folks. Clowns versus terrorists. And
I mean, we managed to save 21 guys from being recruited, but then, I mean, there are a lot of more people who are being recruited, so, but
well, but
that's
you know,
one small thing.
But you know, that's, again, when we go into our workshops, we talk about what we can do, there is an issue of scale. And, you know, I have a friend who says sometimes, if you change one person, you change the world. You know, because if you take 21 people who might have been a terrorist, think of what they might have done, think of what the implications. And so we don't always have to do things on a grand scale
of course,
to have a real impact. Now, you were in the diplomatic service, and you made a comment a moment ago about, you know, storytelling in the State Department, which sounds, by the way, like a terrible idea for a movie. The
movies they made were pretty bad.
That's one. No one would go to that movie. But you know, when you hear about these kinds of initiatives, you know, objectively speaking, doesn't it seem like there is more power to this than there are to a lot of the more formal state-to-state initiatives?
Well, as you know, I agree violently with you, and after I
That's why you're here. We only have invited people that violently agree with me.
Actually, after I served as ambassador to the Netherlands, which I did 1998 to 2001, as an art historian who'd done 17th century Dutch art, and of course I did a lot with culture. I didn't actually know anything about diplomacy and international affairs. I learned that fast, that's what professors do, but I discovered that culture worked really effectively in diplomacy, and number two, that the State Department doesn't pay much attention to it. So I came back to Georgetown, where I'd been teaching before, and I thought, well, can I change the State Department? No, but maybe I can have an impact on the people going into it from Georgetown School of Foreign Service, which is one of the main training places for people in international affairs. So I've started there with my theater colleague, Derek Goldman, something called the Laboratory for Global Performance and Politics. And our mission is to humanize global politics through the power of performance. So expose these young, brilliant people who want to go into international careers, not just to the strategic interest pieces on the chessboard, but to what people's real lives are. And how can they find that? From seeing theater productions from the different regions. So we've had productions from Pakistan, from Palestine, from Iraq, from China, you know, as many places as we can afford. And try to expose people to these narratives from the places, you know, that where the problems are actually taking place. The other side of it is to empower the artists. So the theater artists in Georgetown are put together with the international affairs people, and they solve problems together, and we get people to stand up and act in international affairs classes. So they learn each other's skills. And I am, you know, hopeful and sort of wildly optimistic that over time, maybe we can change both these fields, get American theater a little out of its box, and humanize people going into foreign policy. They want to do this. You know, the students gravitate to it like crazy. They don't want to only learn how to kill people. And they want to learn examples of where culture works. And I'm just going to give one other example that relates to music.
Very briefly, because we got...
Yeah. And that's in Mali, the most dangerous mission of the UN today, where in Timbuktu, when I have my colleague Mani Ansar here from the Timbuktu Renaissance, music is what brings people together. Music has always brought people together. It's what brings the northern Malians and the southern Malians together. And what is desperately needed, and we hope to bring back, is actual concerts and festivals in the north of Mali to bring the people back together, and then the peacemakers will make peace.
Okay, so I think there's a theme here, an interesting theme that I hope we pick up on later, because it ties to what Richard has talked about, and Sabine has talked about, and Cynthia has talked about, and indirectly also to what you have talked about, and that is that the arts are not just something for seats of luxury. The arts are not just something for the big capitals with rich people pulling up in their cars and looking at it. There's a place for the arts on the front line. There's a place for the arts in the middle of the conflict zone where it can really make a difference. I mean, is that part of the rationale behind what you're doing?
Well, I think we were hoping this wouldn't be a front line.
Well, in the midst, yes. I think we all share that hope. But I mean by that in the midst of a region of turmoil.
Look, it always helps when people can talk about metaphors and not broken promises and treaties and violations of territory. So to the degree that we can offer important, engaging metaphors, I think that's our role.
Right, and bringing it to the place where the metaphors are needed is what it's about. And so that leads me to a question. You know, what Pioneer Works does is amazing, and I've been there, and it's a really remarkable, inspiring place because of the intersection of these worlds. Can that work someplace other than Brooklyn, which is its own unique ecosystem, which hopefully will never be replicated anywhere else? But I mean, is this something that can be exported?
I think so. I think we're investigating that now. I think we're sort of building a template for a 22nd century community center where the ingredients are you have to have a recording studio.
22nd century?
Yeah, we're looking
How
ahead.
old are you going to be?
I don't know. Well, you know, with all this new regenerative medicine, I got to prepare. But
that's what he's a visionary. That's
you have to be ready. But I think the ingredients are you have a technology lab where you have AR and VR and 3D printing and robotics, and you have a recording studio, and you have a small museum or exhibition space, and you have a residency program, and you have classrooms and a radio station. You have all of, like, you have basically ingredients that equal this thing, that if all of these things exist in one place and are completely accessible to everyone, you can have that in a township in Africa, you can have that anywhere.
And that's, you know, if there's a theme, if there's one thing to take away from this particular panel, it's if you take the basics, the universals, storytelling, touching people, metaphor, the kinds of things that even artifice and understanding cultural differences and distinctions, and you can apply them where they're needed the most. you can have a completely different kind of consequence of art and culture than what we normally talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, a great panel discussion, quick, and I hope you will speak with each of them as we go through the next couple of days, but really, really touch some essential points. Please join me in thanking each of these panels for a terrific job. Now, I knew there was going to be some shtick. She was going to drag the chair out, something. Okay, so the next panel that we've got is going to deal with another way of applying these kinds of issues and conclusions. And so let me introduce the panelists, and they will join us here. One is Octopiso, who is the founder and executive director of the Octopiso Foundation. Come on down, folks. The next is His Excellency Faryad Warawandizi, who's the Minister of Culture of Iraq. And then we have Sherry Weston, who is the Executive Vice President of Global Impact and Philanthropy at the Sesame Workshop. Please join us here, everybody. Nice to see you. So we just talked about bringing the arts to the front line, bringing it to a place where it's really needed. And refugees and dislocated are groups that are especially important in this regard. There are more than 60 million people in the world who are refugees or dislocated. Clearly, one of the biggest such problems is in Syria with regard to the conflict there, with millions of displaced. But actually, the biggest refugee camp in the world is in Uganda right now. There are serious problems everywhere in the world, and there are many ways to tackle these problems using art and culture. And so what I'd like to do, again, in the kind of rapid-fire conversation approach that we've had thus far, is to talk about how each of your organizations have done that. Let me start with you, Mr. Minister, because you're obviously dealing with these issues on site, directly in the middle of these issues. So how do you see culture as a way of helping the refugees cope with these issues?
Thank you very much. Let me give you a short story. For me, it is very difficult to talk about this issue because myself experienced dislocated twice in my life. Was one in 1974 when I was a very little teenager. I displaced with my family. We were living in a very small town up north, Erbil, the capital of the Iraqi Kurdistan, and we chose exile. During this short period of time, my father got sick and then passed away because we had no any choice to make treatments for him or to go to the physicians. Second time was in 1989, at the same time up north Iraq, we dislocated too, me and with my family. I'm living in Iraq. You know, the number of the people dislocated is estimated to be 3.4 million. And mostly they displaced from Anbar, Mosul, Salahuddin, these three provinces, and they are living up north in Iraqi Kurdistan. It is very difficult when we talk about how we defeat the extremism and fundamentalism or Daesh, ISIS, because the only tool that we use now is militarily. And we cannot do the job completely only with military action, because the second package, which in my point of view is the most important one, is how we deal with this issue and with extremism, fundamentalism, with ISIS, and with this ideology, ideologically, and in terms of the culture. Otherwise, it is not easy to defeat it, not in Iraq, but everywhere, because this is an international phenomenon. It is not related to Middle East only. Yes, the heartland of the fundamentalism and extremism is here in the Middle East, but at the same time, now it become a universal phenomenon. Therefore, I think we should create different things, different culture, different attitude, and different tools and how we recruit again culture as a means to create a new atmosphere, new understanding, new mutual views over how we deal with this issue. Otherwise, it is not easy. The globalization, yes, create a small village, but in the same time, this small village is not safe because in the same time, those groups use the globalization instruments like media, social media, like all the tools of the media to create problems not only in small village but everywhere. But therefore, the most complicated phase of the refugees and those people displaced is not only the militarily, or it is not only the way how we secure them, but we should secure them even ideologically and theoretically, because extremism and fundamentalism are not using only the militarily or fighting on the battleground, but even they use another tools. This is very important, and therefore we should, as a national community, we should do something different with the culture. Culture in this, in the classic way, not going to work with the extremism. We should go and create new views and new cultural world to do to make that our job is going
okay, well, let's talk about some of those practical ways that we can do that, because both of you are doing those kinds of things. Sherry, you've actually worked in the White House, and you've seen how limited some of the tools are of government in these things. And now here you are working at Sesame Street. And by the way, the work that Sesame Street is doing in this area and that Sherry and her team have been doing is being honored as one of our Cultural Diplomat Award winners in the ceremony we're doing tomorrow night, I guess. But talk a little bit about how something like Sesame Street, which we've seen earlier already gave us Noura Al-Kabi, is tackling the problem of refugees.
Well, you mentioned the numbers. I mean, there are 65 million displaced today, but half of whom are children, and some 12 million under the age of 8. So at Sesame, we know that reaching children in the early years is the most important thing in terms of giving a child the best chance for success. The other thing is that you know today through neuroscience, epigenetics, developmental psychology, that when a child is exposed to prolonged crisis situations, adverse childhood experiences, or what is called toxic stress, that actually can have such a long-term detriment, both in cognitive and physical ways over their lifetime. So at Sesame, we have a long history of sort of tackling issues often difficult through the lens of a child. And I was so pleased that Her Excellency Noura Al-Kabi mentioned Iftaya Simpson today, because I think you have to understand that if many people here think of Sesame Street as a U.S. Iconic show, it's so much more, because I think where we're most impactful is where we go into countries, we create completely local adaptations, bringing together artists and educators to design programming that is designed to meet the needs of children in country, in their language, in their culture. Because we know children learn best when they see themselves in positive light, in context in which they can identify. So in the Syrian response region, what we're doing is creating content for those children. We'll be able to use media to reach children in host communities, radio, television, but also through partnering with the International Rescue Committee, we're creating content that will go into the camps to help those children with basic literacy and numeracy, but also promoting mutual respect and understanding, inclusion, acceptance. And the reason I mentioned the importance of engagement with an adult, like in order to overcome the detriments of toxic stress, The most important way to do that is through nurturing care. You have to involve the adult. And this is where people may not realize it, but we always work deliberately to engage adults as well as children. It's why Sesame includes musical artists, pop culture, parodies, humor, because when a parent is engaged as a child is enjoying Sesame Street, the learning is deeper. So this allows us actually to create content in a place like Zaatari, I was just there a few weeks ago, that is designed for the child.
The refugee camp.
The refugee camp, sorry, in Jordan. But this content is designed for the child, but it also engages the adult, and we create strategies so that that content is actually a catalyst for adult-child engagement, as well as a tool. And I think that's where we actually are having the most meaningful impact.
Well, I think that's an interesting point here because you're dealing with a psychological thing, you're dealing with developmental issues, but you're also dealing with the glue that in a situation where refugees find themselves displaced, it's dislocating, it pulls families apart. And if you can create ways to bring them back together, that has a social benefit. Now, you're an artist, you've also been dealing with this. Talk a little bit about how you have approached this problem.
Personally, I'm a hip hop artist from Kenya, and I visited the camps in Kenya. We have two main camps. We are the biggest camp in East Africa, Kakuma and Dadaab. And when I visited the camp through UNHCR, because I work with them as the partners, I felt like something was missing, because as UNHCR and their policies, they don't do art. They're all about protection of people and food and shelter. And camps in Africa or in Kenya are different, because people are not allowed to go outside the camps. You're like inside, so you can't do anything. You're not allowed to work as a refugee. And I felt like as an artist, what should I do, or what can I do to make the situation better? And I realized people always say they want to go to Africa, but Africa is not a country. If you want to go to Africa, go to a refugee camp. Then you go to Africa, because there's over like 9 different countries in one camp. And that, for me, I've never been to like Africa. But when I went to the refugee camp, I felt like I was in every different country, just off one block. You go, this is South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, Ethiopia, and all this culture and art, and it was just there, and nothing was happening. And for them, this is their healing process. This is what they do when they're sad. This is what they do when they're happy. This is all they have. But I realized they could make a living from that. So we started a livelihood program in our collaboration with UNHCR to create a process where they can make music, they can make videos and sell them. They can perform when they perform, maybe in the camps when the UN has like their conferences and stuff. They can perform and get paid. So we started a thing called Refugenius. So
Refugenius.
Refugenius. We feel refugee itself is so negative in Africa right now. If you say you're a refugee, it's like you're a criminal. So we needed something positive on it. So we say, instead of saying I'm a refugee, say I'm a refugenius. So it'll be more, people will be more interested, so what does that mean? Mean I can sing, mean I can dance, mean I can rap, mean I can play football, I'm a visual artist, and this made more people engage with refugees than way they were engaging with them before. And so yeah, this is what we do as a part of Octopizzo Foundation, and we are hoping to change more. And the problem is that every time you talk about refugees, people think like it's a crisis. It's not a crisis when people have lived in the camp for over 20 years. Yeah. It's not a crisis when some of them are born in the camps. They don't know where they come from. You just told you're South Sudanese, but you're born here, and he's like 15 years old. So there should be long-term policies to help these guys. And the only thing that you can do in this world without needing a paperwork is art. Because today you can be, today you might graduate in Kenya and you go to the States and your graduation is useless. But if you're rapping or singing in Kenya and you go to the States, you do the same thing in your vernacular language, nobody will ask you, where's your papers? So I feel the music and culture
It almost
in
never
general-
comes up at rap concerts, does it?
Yeah. So I feel music and culture is the only thing at the moment in the world that can change anything, because everything has failed.
Do you
The
think-
governments have failed. I feel like United Nations has failed somehow, you know, and all we have is artists and people who can talk and voice and do something. You don't have to, I don't believe in changing the world, but you can change, again, one person, and it's a chain reaction. That person will change another guy. That guy will change another guy.
That's fantastic. When you hear this kind of a story, do you immediately think, I could apply this? We could do this kind of thing, dealing with the problems that we face in Iraq or elsewhere in the region?
Of course, you know, we reached campus, peoples, we do activities there, and they react positively. At the same time, we do a lot of cooperation with international organizations, but still people in the campus and the places where located, they think that they should go back to their homes and they enjoy their life there. Because the culture and some activities that we doing there is limited because of our ability to reach campus sometimes, and is limited because of the lack of the money, and even the rapid moves of the people around the area, and especially the new waves of the people were dislocated. For example, from Mosul. Now we are talking, and I know that the new wave get out from Mosul and estimate to be 25,000 people. And therefore, it is not easy. It is very complicated atmosphere, but at the same time, the culture is the only mutual thing that get people, even in the campus, and with the new environments in the new areas together. For example, the vast majority of the refugees and those people dislocated, they speak Arabic language, but now they're living in Kurdistan. And people in Kurdistan, they speak Kurdish language, but there is cultural bridges between them. Therefore, this is very important to get people together and to make them that they are in the safe and in one society, and they can do things. But at the same time, maybe in Iraq, things is totally different because of the tough battle growing now is going on, and the huge number of the casualties, and even sometimes the huge number of the people dying in the campus. But we try our best to create a new atmosphere for the campus, and especially for the children. We have specific organizations and body in the Ministry of Culture, cooperating with not only with Iraqi artists, but even with UNESCO and with other organizations to make that the culture is still there, and the culture is the panacea for their painful and for their tough life in the campus. And I think that the most important thing, as I said, and I am going to repeat it again, we should defer the package of the military access and the package of the military of the cultural things, because if we do it within one package, I think we cannot go forward. And now we are trying to differ, to distinguish between these two packages.
Okay, so I mean, that's an important distinction. And I think very often when we talk about problems like refugee problems, we think about them as problems, and we think about the people as victims, and we don't recognize who they are, and that what they're seeking out of their life is not just a home, but what they're seeking out of their life is dignity. And the programs that you talk about are about giving people dignity through self-expression, and the programs that you talk about are about inculcating in young children who find themselves in difficult situations, dignity, giving people language skills to operate in a difficult environment if they're speaking Arabic and they're in a Kurdish region. That gives people dignity. That seems to me to be central to all of this. Am I getting that right? And I'm just be interested, what do you think when you hear about programs like the one that Octopizzo is talking about?
Well, you mentioned also in terms of moving into the Kurd, people think of refugees and they think of refugee camps. And as I said, I was just visiting Zatre, Mazrak in Jordan, but only 20% of refugees are in camps. The rest are in host communities. And one of the opportunities, when we see the power of media and Muppets, it's a power to reach.
Most of you didn't come here thinking you were going to hear about
media.
Muppets and refugees, right?
But stay with me.
Yeah.
The power of this combination, media allows us to reach children who may have no other means of quality education. Radio, television, mobile, cell phones. The Muppets, we have this ability to bridge cultural divides, to teach not just literacy and numeracy, but acceptance, understanding. And because of that appeal to adult, parent, as well as child, you'd be amazed at how often we can change attitudes, change social norms, open minds. And so when you think of the number of refugees living in host communities, it's so important that we're reaching that Jordanian community as well as the Syrian refugees in that community, the Lebanese community as well as those Syrian refugees, and to be able to reach them with those messages of tolerance, of mutual respect, to help change and open minds, which we can do through this powerful storytelling and this vehicle, really does make a difference in terms of creating a more open society, more open to differences. We don't focus just on differences, we focus on the commonalities. And so I do find that that's a huge opportunity for us to affect the society at large that is dealing with this issue, whether you're a host community or a refugee yourself.
So you're an artist.
Yep.
Third half of the people here are artists. They're not exposed directly as you have been to these situations, but many of them are near where some of these 65 million people are. And many of them are what Carla referred to earlier as part of that army of compassion, people who have talents that could be applied to help them. If you were going to send a message, we only have a couple of minutes left in this panel, but if you were going to send a message to these other artists or ask them for help, what would you say?
I would say, like I said before, it starts with them. I don't feel at this time of the world where politicians are looking at the artists when they are campaigning, corporations are looking for artists when they are branding their products, and we still think we are not that powerful. We still think we're just artists. Every artist out there is just like, but I'm just a rapper. Yeah, when a product or when Ferrari wants to sell more cars, they go get Beyonce or Jay-Z. You're not just an artist, and things don't happen.
You're a car salesman?
Yeah. Things don't just happen in these camps like that with the biggest corporations, because there's a lot of bureaucracy. Sometimes there's 5 football teams, all they need is 2 balls to play. And then you're told you have to wait for 3 months because he has to pass through this place, and all you need is just going to buy the balls in a supermarket and give the kids to play so that they're off that thing. It's not about, when you hear Africa, it's not about malaria and all this crazy stuff. I remember in the camp, there was a whole 2 tanks of mosquito nets were brought because apparently they felt like people were dying of malaria in the camps. The next day, all the nets were in the field used as football posts. So that tells you these kids care more about that sports because that's what gives them back humanity. They forget who they really the problems they are going through. They want to play football, and they feel like that looks like a real football net, not a mosquito net. So I think there's priorities when it comes to young people, especially in the camps, that people should look on. And as artists, we have a big responsibility. And it doesn't mean like you have to be a conscious artist, because sometimes people say, but you're not a conscious artist. You don't rap about this stuff. You're a pop artist. No, you're an artist, bottom line. And you're a human being, and you have to do something to this world that you found it was not there. You have to, even if it's just a drop, you have to do it.
I couldn't think of a better place to end this conversation for the moment. But I do want to emphasize the idea behind these conversations, and they're very brief, is to be appetizers. I'll actually tell you a little story. I was called a couple of years ago by the guy who runs TED, which is an organization that gives big talks. And he said, would you come and give a TED talk? And I said, do you know that, I've written about this. And I'd once written an article in which I called TED Talks chicken nuggets for the brain, because they were short little things, and I didn't think you could do much good with them. And he was very generous, and he invited me, and he said, later, I gave one, and he said, look, the way we look at it is these are appetizers. We present these little ideas to prompt, to get people's appetites going, so that then leads to a discussion, that it leads to action. And that's sort of how we're viewing these plenary sessions. These are appetizers. They should be triggering thoughts. Sherry is doing things, the minister is doing things, Dr. Pizzo is doing things that you could help with, you could expand, you could take to the next level. And we hope that during the breaks and during the workshops and in and around here, you'll say, let me help. Or you'll say, oh, that gives me an idea. Let's put together something and let's do something new. And that will follow on exactly what you said, and that'll make these little 25-minute conversations into something that's productive. So we're priming the pump, and we hope that you will pick up on that. That's what will make it valuable. But of course, you can't get anywhere unless you've got great panelists with great ideas. You guys have been great. Thank you very, very much.
Wait for the main course.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Sherry just said we can't wait for the main course. You guys are the main course, okay? If you turn this into something, we'll really have a feast as a consequence of all of this. Our next panel and our final panel before the lunch break, right? Is this the final panel? Come on down, is to talk about how do you get from here to there? How do you deal with some of the funding issues that are associated with this? And we're very fortunate to have a really wonderful panel who are experienced on that, but who are also great creative thinkers. We have with us Werner Binnenstein-Bachstein, who is the director of the Community Arts Lab at the Porticus Foundation. We have Angela Miglali, the executive director of the Salama bint Hamadan Al Nahyan Foundation. And we have Darren Walker, who's president of the Ford Foundation. And you've been listening to the conversations that we've had here. And interestingly, this is the first time I've had a conversation about the arts and culture that has extended more than 30 seconds where the issue of funding hasn't come up yet. Where the issue is, how do you pay for this? How do you get this done? But of course, one of the things we're talking about here is how do you use the arts to produce social change, not just the arts for art's sake. And that creates new kinds of challenges. And I mean, Darren, you have one of the largest philanthropies in the world that you're dealing with, tackling these issues. When you listen to the kinds of questions we're talking about here, is the funding out there? Are there opportunities? Or is this a deficit we need to address?
Thank you, David. Yes, the funding's out there. The question is, how do we deploy philanthropy to advance art and artists and strengthen the ecosystem for art and culture and for social progress? Artists have always been a part of the narrative of progress in any society. And certainly in the United States, without artists, it's hard to imagine how America could be America without Joan Baez singing in the 1960s, without Harry Belafonte on the front lines with Dr. King for civil rights and racial justice. So the question is, how do we use philanthropy, like the Ford Foundation, and private philanthropy, and the public resources to advance social change through the arts?
You guys are trying to do that. Talk about how you're trying to do it.
I fully agree. I mean, we're going to do that. I mean, we are a private foundation, and we decided actually because of, and I've heard these words a lot, we talk about big words like dignity or holistic education, but we forget that when you talk about dignity, it means developing, it means hope, it means much more than feeding refugees or basic needs. So that was actually the motivation why we have done what I think we can do as private foundations. We can leverage, we can showcase, we can try to find these beautiful small initiatives, but also support larger institutions and build bridges when they really are willing to open up and make arts accessible. I think that's the role, but still I think we need the state. I still think it's such a shame, and I say this, it's just a shame, and I feel I'm from the capital of music, you could say Vienna, but you know what? We don't have the music in schools. And of course it would be affordable.
By the way, there are people here who might not consider Vienna the capital of music. Okay? Now, we can debate that later. I don't think we have time right now, but go ahead.
No, but I really think it's not just in so-called non-development countries or non-developed countries. It's like in the capitals that it doesn't happen. And we are talking still about holistic education and talking about social and emotional skills and all these things, but it doesn't happen. And I think there is enough money and already out there. It's just a question of distribution. It's a question of where we set priorities. And I think what we do and hopefully do, we try to leverage and find these beautiful, good practices and hopefully also leverage the state. And I think we have to do much more advocacy work on this, that things are going to change. Because I don't believe that if we put all the money together, private money, we don't change. We have to be clear. It's important, but it's a minimal percentage. So we have to go into the systems too. That's my true belief. And that's what we try to fight and also support initiatives going towards back into, for instance, the school system, or also working with larger institutions that they open up, but not just one-off, a nice one-off thing. It's really about a program where they make arts accessible.
You know, it's interesting. When I go around and I talk to people about this, in the United States, the complaint is, if only we had more government funding. And when I go elsewhere in the world, they say, if only we had more private philanthropy. and it's like the grass is always greener. And you're exposed to kind of a new piece of grass where the system isn't completely set up yet. And I'm wondering how that tension is being resolved and how it pertains to what these gentlemen have talked about.
Thank you. There's so much I want to say, but I always hate being in the place between people's lunch. So I'll try to make this as
it's
quickly
very
as I-
dangerous
it's
to
so
stand
bad.
between a crowd and their lunch, but give it a shot.
You know, I think the UAE is such a fascinating place to examine these issues because I think that it is a young country, and like many startup countries, the government is usually the primary driver in the beginning of development across the board, not just with arts. You see here by the summit, and then also hopefully the things you'll see over the next week, that there really is a sincere interest on the part of the UAE government and Abu Dhabi especially to support arts. And when I say arts, I think it's also important to connect cultural heritage as well. The foundation, the Salman bin Hamad Al Nahyan Foundation, we just say SHF, SHF works a lot of times in the crux. But I think that what you're seeing in the UAE is the rise of private philanthropic organizations. Now, again, because it maybe isn't as a mature ecosystem as it is in other, in the US, for example, you see a lot of foundations are operating foundations. So they're not just the grant making, but they are also, so they do everything the grant makers do, which is, develop a strategy, really try and monitor the impact of the investment they're making, but also foundations here, and SHF definitely they scout out, they find kind of innovators and entrepreneurs in this field and then work with them to transform them into institutions. I think where it's going is I think the UAE is in a fascinating place now where you've seen private foundations, again, operating foundations, and I think you're going to start to see the entrance now of a lot of private corporate money coming in. I think a lot of, you've seen a lot of business leaders here in this country talking about wanting to give back, that the UAE has given them so much, and now it's time for them to give back and support. And it's amazing to be in a place where people really support arts and culture. It is not something that is a hard sell. I think the role for foundations
but some of these people are not going to leave now.
I think
and there's all sorts of immigration challenges. So
I think the role for foundations like SHF can be to connect these private individuals with strategic initiatives and really form and help create the third sector that maybe isn't as evolved as it would be in older countries.
But I think the risk here is that private philanthropy is usually represented the resources of the elite. And I think one of the dangers that we worry about in the United States is that during a time of growing inequality, having the private sector and private donors determine priorities for culture is problematic because culture is national identity. And if it is left to the elites to determine what the national identity is, then there will be people who are visible, who are usually advantaged, and people who are invisible, who are usually disadvantaged in that narrative. And so what we have to be mindful of, and we see it, I'll give you one example that was just in the New York Times. If you go to an American museum and you go to the American wing, you will see the art of Remington and Church and all of the great masters, the canonical American painters. You won't see Native American art. So when you go into the Metropolitan Museum and you look at the American wing and you go through it, there is no representation of American Indians. How can that be? They are as American as the Statue of Liberty. In fact, they were there before the Statue of Liberty. And
which was made in France, anyway.
Which was made in France, thank you very much. But the challenge, and so while I am very, very grateful that my own institution exists as a result of the American imperative around philanthropy, there are risks with having more and more responsibility and authority vested in private interests in this space. And so I would caution my European and other friends who look at the United States with great envy because we have this private philanthropy.
Well, I think that's a very, very profound point. And it really, it gets to attention that I've seen in other areas. You know, in other areas of foreign policy, you need development and so forth. For example, the governments want to cut back and they say, well, we'll let the Gates Foundation take care of it. And it's very nice that the Gates Foundation is there to pay for vaccines or whatever, but the Gates Foundation doesn't answer to the public interest. The Gates Foundation sets the priorities of the Gates, which is, they're great. I'm not criticizing that. I'm merely saying there is a tension because the problems we're talking about here are on this level of society and the donors are on this level of society, and reconciling those two things is a real challenge. Is it a challenge here? And how would you see it evolve?
You know, I think that has been the role that some foundations, and especially I think of SHF, I think of other organizations, Sharjah, that are kind of doing that. You know, they are the entities with the personal connections with the artistic community. You know, I think of, you know, for example, you know, a really interesting example is that, and this is the story, an example of unintended consequences, where perhaps you have patrons of the art who really want to support artists, and so perhaps they approach, you know, commissions, right? So they'll say, you know, okay, I'll buy your art, you know, and I think that is a real sense that they it's a good intent. It's a good intention. They really want to support, but I think where foundations and other entities can come in is expand that dialogue and talk about how, yes, that might be one way to be a patron of the arts, but we can, at the foundation, we reach out, we talk to the artists, we actually ask them, like, what would be best, what do you need? Or we reach out to the public. One of the areas of the foundation works in is trying to expand audiences for the arts. So for it not to just be, especially for families and young children who probably won't go to the galleries and things like that, to get them to create spaces for them. And so it's really going to them and organically responding to them. And I have found that the private investors are really grateful for that. It's not that they don't want to do that, they just maybe don't have that connection. I think that's the role the foundations here can play right now, is kind of being that I don't say expertise, but just being that person with that brain trust.
Well, it also suggests we're still in search of the model.
Well, there is no one model.
Yeah.
But I do believe that what foundations can also do is to point out injustice and inequality. And so when we talk about something like arts education, elites' children are receiving arts education. They're receiving it in their private schools. They're receiving it because their parents can afford to take them to museums on trips around the world and those sorts of things. So the question is not that children aren't receiving arts education. Affluent children are receiving it. The question is, do poor children have a right to the arts? Do children from lower class communities, do children from the slums, do children, that's the question. So we should be clear about what the challenge is. The challenge is that if we see poor people, marginalized people as deficits, then we won't invest in them. If we see them as assets, and as our future, we will see that it's essential that we invest in them, and that it's essential that the education that poor and low-income children receive is as good as that of the elites. That's where the rub is.
When perhaps part of the solution lies with conversation like we just heard from Octopizzo.
Yes.
That many of those people are creative, are a source of artistic energy, are a resource. And in fact, in many cases, some of the best art has come from those places. And so reconciling the tension may involve walking around the problem and seeing it from a different perspective, right? Werner, I sense you want to jump in.
Because I think it's so, and I think it's so important that you are saying this there, and that we have already divided systems. And again, we are talking about these holistic things and the whole society, but we leave more than half outside. I mean, in the education system, we have a divided system. We have the very private good schools, and we have like the poor public schools. It's not just, I think it's in nearly all countries. And if we don't take care, and we have also, and there is another challenge in the privatization, it's not just the elite and the very poor one. I think it's also the thing that the society has delegated social things to private institutions. Those things are important, actually public goods to private institutions, and that's a big mistake. I think if we take this seriously, if we define arts as a basic need, it's a public good. So that means we are responsible as a whole. We are all responsible. I think we can be a convener, we can bring people together as private philanthropists, but we definitely have to point out that this is a public good and it cannot be privatized. I think that is crucial, and that's the fight we have to go. So we have to work together. It's also the other thing. I think we also have to bridge build. Even in the arts, we see there are the big institutions, and there are the freelancers, and there are some walls in between. We have fragmentation. How can we build bridges to actually go together and tell the governments, basic need, we have to think together how we finance this, and finance especially that the poor, that all poor people have access to the arts and not just some elite.
Well, I take Darren's comment to heart that there's not one model, that we have to create a kind of a hybrid system. But what are the gaps? What are the gaps that exist within the system? We have public, we have private. Clearly we need public-private. You talk about a third sector. Maybe the foundations, are playing some role in defining that. But as we look to the kind of problems we're talking about here and solving those problems, what are the gaps that need to be filled?
I think the gap that needs to be filled is a recognition that we have a poverty of imagination when it comes to what is the potential of our fellow sisters and brothers. So in a place like America, too many Americans, when they look at a poor black neighborhood or see a group of young black men or see a group of immigrants who've come across the border, they see a problem. And so as long as we are in that mindset, it's hard to imagine how the potential of these people to be realized can occur. And so I agree with Werner about the potential of the arts. The arts are a critical ingredient for building empathy, and only with empathy can a society have justice and fairness. And so it's hard to imagine how in a country like America with a clear constitutional mandate for justice, how we can be a more just place without the arts. And so the challenge is that we've allowed a narrative to be created that says that the arts are for the elite, and therefore there is no need for government support, when in fact the arts is a public good. The arts is who we are as a people. And by not investing through public mechanisms, it's a statement about a deficit of who we are as a people. It's a scourge on our national narrative that we don't invest in the arts at a level where we should.
Well, we don't appreciate it, right? And I think, you know, if you think back on some of the conversations we've had earlier today, the conversation you were talking and other people were talking about archaeology, you know, and think back on history, what is left of civilizations that came before us? It's not piles of paper from bureaucracies. It's not political speeches, and it's not business plans, right? It's what the arts leave us. That is the legacy of civilizations. It is the byproduct that is the purpose of civilizations. But go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to what Darren said. I think here what's interesting to your question about maybe some of the gaps is that I feel that there does seem to be an acceptance here that art and culture, and especially culture, but arts too, is part of who they are. And one of the things that we find we're trying to do is also explain how everything else in society also needs the arts. So, diplomacy, the economy in particular. And so that is something that that it isn't, it's so fascinating to see different perspectives, where here I feel like it is widely accepted it is a public good. And what we're trying to do is actually show how it's more than just a public good. It's actually something that can be at the heart of your economy, innovation, diplomacy,
But in a lot of ways, what's happening here is what happened in the United States in the 1950s and 60s. It was, you are asserting your place on the global stage, and your own identity is being put forward with the full weight of the government behind you, because you have something to demonstrate to the world about what is happening in this special place called Abu Dhabi and these amazing Emirates. In the United States in the 1950s and 60s, we did the same thing. The State Department had a huge budget for exporting American culture around the world. You saw dance companies, theater, performing artists, visual artists, traveling the world on behalf of the United States to tell our story, in part because we were concerned about the growth of communism, and we wanted to defeat the Russians. It's why we invested. It's why the Ford Foundation's largest grant in the 1960s was not for economic development. It was to the School of American Ballet, because we wanted to have a great ballet school to beat the Russians. So we had Balanchine and New York City Ballet, and that wasn't just about art. That was about power and influence on the global stage. And we're seeing the same thing happen here, just as it should be happening here, because there is so much rich culture here. My only hope about what I see in this region is that you assert your indigenous, authentic culture as something to be proud of. Not that you need to have me as an American come to valorize or to have an American institution say, we'll wave our wand over you and you can be on the global stage. There's something very, very remarkable about this region of the world that is not known to most of the world, because the story of culture has been told by Europeans. And so it's why in the United States we don't have, still today, a full understanding of our own American culture. Because our own American culture, the true breadth and depth and richness of it has actually not been given a space.
Well, we don't even appreciate the origins of it all.
No.
Whether the origins are African or from the Middle East or whatever. And, you know, hopefully one of the things we'll talk about, and we'll do it in a variety of ways here, is how these flows of culture around the world actually have taken place. And you can listen to it in Sandeep's music from India and how that influences music in the Middle East. And then you could see how the influence in the Middle East came when during the Moorish period in Spain, and that then tied into the age of discovery and exploration, which brought it to the Americas. And some of that music in the Americas became tango music, which then came back to Spain, and it started to change it again. And you know, we are all connected in this cultural flow, and that's why every part of the world has a claim to be made here. But it's
just to respond with you, Darren's impassioned remarks, and I am sorry to do a plug, but I really would like to invite and encourage everyone to come to see places that foundations have been at the forefront here, like Warehouse 421 is an SHF, so I have to have a disclaimer. But El Sirkal Avenue in Dubai or Sharjah Art Foundation in Sharjah, to see these indigenous, these kind of locally authentic, kind of based in the community art spaces.
When those places,
not because of all the foundations that the government has been able to lay. And the importance that it's put on has really allowed foundations to kind of expand.
When I think, by the way, we see them all over the world. I was in Shenzhen, there's one in Shenzhen. If you go to Shanghai or Singapore, you go to Beijing and 798, every one of these places exists in the world, and they are a network. When we take that network and we start applying it to social change, and we start trying to respond to what Darren's talking about, the question becomes who leads. Is it the guy who writes the check or the woman who writes the check, or is it the artist? And I think that there is implicit in what you were saying is the artist has to lead. The artist has to respond to the problem. The artist is the pioneer that says this is where we go. But I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what I'm hearing.
No, definitely. It shouldn't be the money, and that's a problem, of course, also with, sponsorship and those things we all know. And that's why they're definitely in need. I see another gap, and I just wanted to raise that. And hopefully this summit can fill that gap a bit, that we are still so divided. We are talking about that we are all connected, but we are still divided. We are in our bubbles. Before, I worked in a social NGO, and we were in social NGOs, and we had conferences for social NGOs. And of course, the smaller ones were against the bigger ones. The larger ones were against the smaller ones. You have that in the arts. Then we have the economy side, they have Davos. So it's totally fragmented, as a good colleague would say. We have to stop this. We have to bring different people together. And if we are talking about innovation and no artist is there, it's no innovation. If we are talking about an innovation lab, there is no artist, it's not innovation. So we have to bring different people together. And of course, that means including the poor, that means including the science, and we have to think differently. But that's what we still have not learned. Our conferences are bubble conferences, most of them. So hopefully this is a beautiful starter to rethink that and bring different players together, because otherwise we stay in our comfort zone and we do the same and we will not change.
You see why Werner is such a good friend, right? that he says, we need a certain kind of conference that breaks down silos, that breaks down walls, that connects people across sectors, but that connects people also across geographic divides and cultural divides, and creates a conversation like this. And we agree. We agree that we need that kind of conference, and that's exactly what this is, and that's exactly where we're going. Now, the problem with little, half-hour-long conversations like this that are so rich as appetizers, as we said, is that if you have enough appetizers, you really want to have the main course, which is lunch. And lunch is the next thing on our agenda. And where lunch is going to take place, you go through the gallery and down the hall, and we have an amazing room that has been created just for this event, where we're going to have a lunch, we're going to have another performance, we're going to introduce you to the people who are going to run the workshops, and then you'll come back into these workshops, which are also amazing, and we'll create then the next phase of this. In the evening tonight, we're going to honor our artists in residence, who are in a remarkable group of people. And then tomorrow night, we'll also do the Cultural Diplomats Dinner. There's an amazing schedule. It, by the way, goes straight through to Thursday, when we culminate with a big dance performance called The Way of the Rain, created by Billy Redford, about that shows everything we're talking about here, about how you can use the arts to advance a social good, in this case, taking care of the one planet we've got. So it's great. There's a lot of great stuff going, and there could be no better proof of that than this wonderful panel. Please join me in thanking them.
Thank you very much.
That was great. That was really, really great. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was great.
rhythm 是